Clock's wrong. Okay, I will call the meeting to order. I'll look for my clerk for a roll call.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the October 21st council meeting. I'm Jennifer Connor, Clerk of Ramara Township. I'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snatch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu.
Present.
Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. Back to you, Your Worship.
Okay, then I will look for a motion that council goes into closed session at 3 p.m. to discuss personnel matters and litigation matters in accordance with section 239(2) B and E of the Municipal Act 2001. Moved by Councillor Snatch, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
The stars.
Yeah, once the stars left.
Once Sal just decided not to go away to school. He was your home.
Are we? We're live, so I'll call the meeting to order and I'll look for my clerk for roll call.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 21st council meeting. I'm Jennifer Connor, Clerk of Ramara Township. I'll begin with roll call. Mayor Clark,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell,
Present.
Councillor Snatch,
Present.
Councillor Fisher,
Present.
Councillor Tuyu, present, Councillor Goff,
Present.
and Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, for my opening remarks, I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving and were able to spend time with your family and friends over the holiday, eat lots of turkey until you were sick. That's the important part of that. Yesterday, I attended the brouhaha in Joyland Beach with Councillor Fisher and a lot of ladies with their witches costume on, and myself and some volunteer firefighters served them their dinner and tea, and I think they had a great day. I didn't take part in the festivities, only the serving part of it. And this week also, MPP Jill Dunlop and MP Adam Chambers had all their mayors together Friday for a meeting that they do quarterly now. So all the Simcoe North mayors, of course, the topic of discussion there was policing costs, because even ours are up 23%. It's up clear across the board, and the Rotary jail system is just, it's killing the cities worse than it is us, like the city of Aurelia, the city of Midland, and even Wasaga Beach. Their policing costs are just astronomical now. So we certainly pointed out our concerns there. I made a friendly nudge on our MZO that we're still waiting for an answer on that. And I also highlighted our grant application that we have in, the one we're discussing tonight for Lagoon City, as well as the green application that's in, and hoping they can help kind of push that one over the hill for us as well. And then for the first time, I think ever, in Port Severn, again, Jill Dunlop and Minister Graydon Smith and Minister Thompson had a rural economic table discussion with all the local mayors, and it went very, very well. I thought it was nice to have that open dialogue, talking about concerns around how when you'll get houses moving close to businesses, one complaint can really impact how it affects a business. We also highlighted our concerns with zoning issues. The natural heritage mapping, I understand now, is finally gone, but how difficult it is to zone land for commercial, especially when it comes to agriculture land. We're all concerned about losing farmland. Seems to happen a lot around the cities, which are my comments. But when it comes to the local level, where there might make a little piece of land that would make sense, the answer is no. And that was a concern around the table too, that we should be able to at least soften some of the policies so that we can round the corners of the farmland and just make it easier to zone land at the local level. So those were the concerns that come out at those meetings. So any other members of council? Good. Councillor, to you.
Thank you. On October 17th, I attended the Thunder Stars ceremony at Twin Lakes Secondary School, which is the high school where students from our Ramara elementary schools attend, and where I saw quite a few very familiar local faces being called to the podium. This celebration was to recognize students who made honor roll with distinction, and the 49er Club, which are grade 9 student go-getters who already completed the 40 hours of their volunteer requirement within their grade 9 year, rather than taking their time over the course of their high school career. So congratulations to all our students who work so hard to make us proud.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. As you mentioned, we were at the brouhaha yesterday. We had a really good time there. And yes, the mayor did jump in the kitchen and set set up plates and serve the tea to all the witches in attendance. It was great. A couple other things that I attended since our last meeting, actually, we're both at the Legion. The library hosted their murder mystery that I was talking about last time to try to get people to go to, and that was awesome. So we did have a really good time for the murder mystery. And then just on the Saturday, this past Saturday, the night before the brouhaha, they had their pig roast fundraiser. So we attended that. It was great. There was live music. There was food galore. And it was a really, really good time as another fundraiser to help with their building fund.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to do a couple of cool things. The last little while I was at the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority Conservation Awards, the 2024 awards. So probably the highlight of that night, there was great contributions by a number of people. Two highlights though. Landscape Ontario was honored for the work they're doing with sodium chloride, which is really good news because the province seems to have a commitment to reducing salt use, and hopefully that will help to highlight the work of Landscape Ontario in that direction. And then the other thing I did was I went to the CDC's workshop day. So there was a panel of folks who are entrepreneurs, some from Township of Ramara. So that was really great. And the speakers, I would recommend for anybody to attend. So I wanted to thank the CDC for that. The content was really good all day long. So definitely worth it. And I think it was a great day for the CDC. So I appreciated that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I haven't been to nearly as many things I wanted to this month, but I did, don't share this very often, but I had a medical emergency, and I do want to thank our emergency service staff. Actually, one of them was cleaning up from their wedding the night before at the Ramona Hall, and I had to call an ambulance, and she came within probably 2 minutes, as well as 15 volunteer firefighters there at my house. And I was quite happy that we have those services available, and wanted to thank them. They did a great job. Thank you.
I'm just glad to have you back, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kind words, make sure they get those. Okay, so I will go back and do our in-camera. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, CEO done. Update.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am back after a bit of a break. And for members of the community that are listening, over the next 2 weeks, Ramara Council will receive the 25 capital and operating budget presentations. The Township Tax Supported Budget Meeting and Presentation will take place this Thursday, the 24th, starting at 9:30. The 25 water and wastewater designated ratepayer budget meeting and presentation will take place next Monday, the 28th, also at 9:30. As Halloween approaches, please remember to drive cautiously and consider the number of children that will be out and about in costumes, and reflect you were excited when you ran from house to house. Be extra diligent and careful. Ramara Fire and Rescue Services will be hosting their annual haunted house at Fire Station 2 from 6 to 8. Please come for a gobbling good time at 85 Patricia Drive. Please note that the administration building will be closed on Monday, the 11th, in observing Remembrance Day. Residents are reminded of various events across the municipality on our website, including the Legion's annual Remembrance Day service that will be starting at 10:45. Personally, I would suggest everyone consider purchasing a poppy, and also consider observing a 2-minute silence at 11 on November the 11th to honor servicemen and women and those who have served and are serving our country. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You know, I once worked for a bricklayer that would stop, turn on the radio for the 2 minutes of silence. And he was able to keep me quiet for 2 minutes. So that is quite a deal. And I should mention too, it's also Small Business Week this week as well. So honor all those hardworking mom and pop shops.
Just reminding me, the CAO mentioned the haunted house. I do one every year. Last year I couldn't do it because of my foot surgery. We are back on this year at 2161 Fairgrounds Road. So it is set up. We'll be back this year as well. So it'll be on Halloween night from 6 till 9.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll do the in-camera motions right now. I'm getting a nod from my clerk, and then we'll get on with our agenda. So from our earlier meeting that we received an update on the status of the CEO recruitment for information. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. that we received information regarding OLT 2298 Highway 12 and that staff proceed as directed. Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. That we received the information regarding the IPAC as information. Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. We have the closed session minutes, that the council closed session minutes dated September 23rd, 2024 be adopted as presented. Moved by Counselor Snutch, second by Counselor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. We have the committee of the whole minutes, that the committee of the whole closed session minutes dated October 7th, 2024 be adopted as presented. Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. We have an application to the I can announce the name now, can I not, Madam Clerk? Thank you. That we appoint Leslie Kidd to the Athlete Community Center Board. Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. And I can read the next one, that we received the resignation from the Economic Development Committee from Sean Dutton, and that we thank him for his years of service, and that we direct staff to advertise for an Economic Development Committee position. Moved by Counselor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. And lastly, that report TR 1124 be received as information. Moved by Counselor Tuyu, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So let's see where I am now. Adoption of the agenda. That the council agenda dated October 21st, 2024, and any additions thereto be adopted as presented. Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell. Questions on the agenda? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Open forum regarding agenda items only. I don't see any hands up in the audience, so we don't have an audience today, unfortunately, but we do have folks that watch online, so you will have an audience when we get into our meeting. So adoption of minutes. Again, that the special council meeting minutes dated September 23rd, 2024 be adopted as presented. Moved by Counselor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. Questions on the minutes? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next, I have special council meeting minutes dated September 23rd. That the council meeting minutes dated September 23rd, 2024 be adopted as presented. Moved by Counselor Snutch, second by Counselor Tuyu. Questions from those minutes? All in favor? Yeah. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I
Counselor,
think-
yes, Counselor Bell.
Yeah, on the council meeting minutes, I just have to look at my notes and make sure it's the right one. I could be saying the wrong one. The Brecken train crossing, we still haven't, a petition was received as information, but it's just a comment. I don't need to change anything, but the petition can't have been received because it hasn't been submitted yet. So
Okay, yeah.
I like that was just because that was just the preemptive, just letting people know that there was like a grassroots movement on it. So just the petition's actually still coming, I think, at the
Okay,
end of the month.
we should correct that because we are waiting for the petition. You'll amend it? Okay, so as amended on those minutes. All in favor? That is carried. And that the special council meeting minutes dated September 30th, 2024 be adopted. And I'm going to say as amended because opening of the meeting, you spelled my name wrong. It says Mayor Clark. I do have an E on the end of Clark. So if somebody could correct that in the minutes. Any other comments on those minutes? So then as those minutes as amended, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. Disclosure of pecuniary interest, a member of council. Seeing any? Motions which notice has been previously given, we have none and no public meeting. So deputations and receiving your presentations. And yes, we have a presentation from Simcoe County. So Sandra from the LIP, if you want to introduce your colleague and present us the local immigration partnership.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, councillors, township staff, and local residents. My name is Sandra Lee, and I'm the manager of strategic partnerships with the County of Simcoe. And I'm joined today with Morgan Duneau, who is the supervisor of the local immigration partnership. And we're here today to share information about the 2023 community settlement strategy that was formally launched in December of 2023. But this fall, we're taking it out to municipalities to ask them to consider the recommendations in it. I'm going to start and just give you a brief overview of local immigration partnerships, and then I'm going to turn it over to Morgan. She's going to share some data and information from a number of different sources, and then we'll talk about the recommendations in the report and what that potentially could mean for the Township of Ramara. Next slide, please. So local immigration partnerships, if you haven't heard of one, we're fondly known as LIPS, and we're not unique. There are about 100 local immigration partnerships across Canada. Our role is not to work directly with immigrant residents, but to work with the community to share information, resources, help coordinate services, and encourage community services to adapt to the changing demography in Simcoe County. Next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Morgan.
Thank you. So in 2021 in Simcoe County, there were over 82,000 newcomers and immigrants, which represented about 15.7% of the total population. In the Township of Ramara, there were 6.1 in newcomers and immigrants, increase between the year of 2016 and the year of 2021. Next slide, please. When we're looking at the diversity in newcomers and immigrants, we're looking at language data as well. Between the period of 2016 and 2021, there were an increase of 40.5% of residents reporting a non-official mother tongue, which means non-official mother tongue means another language other than English and French. In the Township of Ramara, between the year 2016 and 2021, there were an increase of 7.4% of non-official mother tongue in the immigrant and newcomer population. Next slide, please. When we're looking at the diversity of our population in Simcoe County, we're also looking at racialized population. 42.2% of Simcoe County immigrant resident identify as part of a racialized group. And when we're looking at the Township of Ramara, it was about 19.6% of the immigrant population. If we're looking just at the population as a whole, in Simcoe County, there were, in 2021, there were 12.4% of Simcoe County residents that identified as racialized group. And in the Township of Ramara, it was 3%. So when we're looking at the newcomer and immigrant population, we can see that there is definitely more diversity and people, newcomers identifying as part of a racialized group. Next slide, please. When we're looking at direct arrival, so meaning individuals that are coming to Canada that have received their permanent residency status and are arriving as at an airport or a point of landing, there's been a change in the trend. Usually before, newcomers and immigrants would come into the county as a secondary location. They would usually land in Toronto, the GTA, or the Greater Montreal area, or the Greater Vancouver area, and then decide to move into Simcoe County. But as you can see, in the past 5 years, there's been an increasing trend of individuals receiving their permanent residency and when landing in Canada, indicating that they're moving directly to Simcoe County. This is important to note that this data is showing that when an individual is landing to Canada and landing to Simcoe County, when they get their permanent residency, they're looking for a little bit more support to get the lay of the land. So we thought this data would be important to share. Next slide, please. To inform the 2023 Community Settlement Strategy, the Local Immigration Partnership conducted an immigrant survey in 2022, as well as several community consultations with employers and community partners. Next slide, please. In the immigrant survey, newcomers and immigrants were asked what were their biggest challenges settling in Simcoe County. The first one was finding work, which is interesting to note as there is a discrepancy between what we heard from employers, which were they were looking for a workforce, and then newcomers looking for work but not able to find work. When we're looking at the other challenges that newcomers and immigrants encountered when settling in Simcoe County, making friends was and kind of connecting socially with other residents was something that was hard for them, accessing healthcare, finding housing, and accessing public transit system. Next slide, please. Another questions that newcomers and immigrants were asked was, what was your experience settling in Simcoe County and your sense of belonging in your own community? Newcomers and immigrants indicated that their experience settling in Simcoe County was 1/3 mentioned that it was fair or poor. And their sense of belonging to their local community was for 30% of them, about 30% of them was somewhat weak or very weak. So this is important to note because most newcomers and immigrants are coming from thousands of miles and they've landed in their communities. And if they're not feeling that sense of belonging, what is another 100-mile to find in a community where they can settle with their family, find a job? It's not a big difference. Next slide, please. So the community settlement strategy has 3 themes: living, working, and belonging. Next slide, please. And in this document, there is a community action plan with 12 different recommendations. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through all 12, but one that was kind of under all 3 themes was having a multicultural center in Simcoe County. This recommendation actually was from when we heard from all community partners, employers, and newcomers and immigrants. This was the one recommendation that really came through. It is important to note that when the 2012 community settlement strategy, which was the first settlement strategy that was released in Simcoe County, this was also a recommendation. Under the theme of belonging and living, increase interpretation in public services was a recommendation. And I'm just going to bring it back to the language data. When we're looking at newcomers and immigrants, most of newcomers and immigrants that are coming to Simcoe County, their mother tongue is not English or French. This means that when we're kind of looking at the data, a service provider or a public servant that is receiving 8 clients a day, one of them is not going to have English or French as their first language. So interpretation is important in that context. Under living and working, decrease immigrants' lived experience of racism and discrimination. As we saw in the data, there is an increased diversity in our communities. Living, increase equitable access to local housing. I just want to give a little bit more detail. Newcomers and immigrants faced heightened hurdle to access housing. It is, I know, it is a very common experience even for Canadian residents, but most newcomers and immigrants, when they come to the country, don't have a credit history. They don't have references. And so when they are trying to find housing, this is kind of an extra step that they have to go through. And most landlords actually ask for 6 to 12 months rent upfront to newcomers and immigrants. Under the theme of working, one of the important one was to increase credential recognition in the county. And under the theme of belonging, increase multicultural celebration, introduce immigrants and international students to local communities. And next slide, please. So what does it mean for the Township of Ramara? It means that the Township of Ramara can capitalize on immigrants' growth in adjacent communities, both for labor force and service delivery, increase diversity in communities. And so that means an increasing need to address equity, diversity, and inclusion, addressing the lack of immigrant-specific programming. There's not a lot of immigrant-specific programming in this area. Settlement can be found in schools through the Swiss program, but there's very little language training programs for newcomers and immigrants that are looking to improve their English skills, and employment programming as well. And then finally, providing connections to community resources and services. Next slide, please. So what are the opportunities for the Township of Ramara? There are many activities that are already happening in the county. One of them is the Week of Welcome. This year we had our second Week of Welcome celebration in the month of September. And we also released a video linked to Week of Welcome and wanted to thank everybody for participating in the video. Participate in the annual It Starts campaign, which is an anti-racism and anti-discrimination public awareness campaign. This year will be our 8th year, and it happens during the month of March. Enroll in the municipal staff in the Diversity Hub. This is an online platform with a lot of equity, diversity, and inclusion content, educational content. And it has also a lunch and learn, virtual lunch and learn that is free to everybody for everybody to attend every month. Participate in the Simcoe County Workplace Inclusion Charter, which will be launched at the Newcomer Recognition Awards this year. The Newcomer Recognition Awards will be your 12th year this year, and the celebration will be on November 7th, and everyone is welcome to attend. Provide space for newcomers programming and multicultural celebration, and finally include immigrants in strategic planning activities. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Great presentation. Thank you very much. I think that we are inclusive. We'd love to see that. We'd love to be participating more. I think we have a lot of obstacles. And I know myself has brought it to county before and trying to expand our links program, because I think one of the biggest challenges we have is transportation to jobs. There isn't a lot of jobs in Ramara, right? And so when we're talking about that, how do we facilitate that? We need some way to create public transit to get that around. I'm sure if we looked at the overall numbers for the county of Simcoe, where the majority of those people are immigrating to and migrating to, it's probably Barrie, Alliston, cities with big business, big public transit systems. How do we overcome that?
Easy question for you.
Through you, your worship, and thank you so much, Councillor Bell, for that information and sharing that. It's not the first time we've heard that at one of the township deputations. And so one of the things I can tell you is that we're taking notes of all of these deputations. So we're collecting information from councils as well, and we will feed that information back to the Partnership Council. And I think, when we have looked at data from this area in the past, we can see actually a lot of churn. So people arrive and people leave. And I think that there are a number of things that contribute to that, and transit would be one of them. In fact, it was in the top 5 of, the challenges of settling in Simcoe County. And when you think about how mature and well-developed transit systems are in other countries, it's a shock often even to come to Toronto, which we think, if you've grown up in this area as I have, you think that Toronto has the most sophisticated transit system, but compared to other countries, it isn't that. And so when our comparisons are very different to theirs. And even the ideas that oftentimes people in this area have two vehicles. Those are challenges for sure. And having opportunities to share information though, and help people know that. I think when I think about this area, one of the things aside from transit that I'm most concerned about is the lack of settlement and language training programs. There's nothing even in Aurelia. So somebody from this area would have to go to Barrie to get language training program if they weren't taking it online. And that doesn't help them connect with the community at all. So I really appreciate those comments and we will share those back to the Partnership Council. The Partnership Council, we have limited time. So the Partnership Council is co-chaired by Kevin Weaver, the president of Georgian College, and Councillor McClellan, who is the deputy mayor of New Tecumseh, will be taking all of this feedback back and presenting it back as we look at different priorities. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Mine, I think, is more just a comment, but I think it's worth talking about because the assimilation of newcomers and immigrants has an impact on the physician recruitment strategy and ability as well. So it's difficult for families to recruit a physician when the physician will come with a family who then also is going to feel these barriers. So I just think it would be interesting for the two groups to speak to each other, and you probably maybe are already doing that. But I think that's relevant and important because right now, Ramara's at the top of the list for being able to receive a physician. And part of what could be a barrier to that is going to be this piece of it. So I think it's worth knowing that is a piece of the issue overall.
And I guess no surprise, shortage of housing here in Ramara as well. I mean, our rental units and I believe the cost of rent in Ramara is actually higher than it is in the city of Aurelia because there is such a shortage and many of our properties that are rented are waterfront. So that's kind of a deterrent and no large scale industry, as the deputy mayor said, which is really a draw when folks are coming to the area and looking to work. And we have migrant workers now in the township. I believe Fern Resort has set up and they bring in migrant workers to help them there, but again, not new Canadians. So that it is a tough one to overcome when you don't have the housing. Right? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. This might be a loaded question, might be one that you're not prepared to give an answer for, but I didn't know if maybe in the future, while going through all this, how do we change our stats with Stats Canada? Because the challenge with Ramara not getting, different grants, either from the county or different levels of government, moving and bringing. We can't show through stats that we have a need. We can't show we have a need for services for our aged population because we don't have anywhere for these people to live once they can't be safely in their home. They have to leave the area. So our stats show a very relatively young. And the same thing, right? Like if we don't have the transportation, so we're having all these people not be able to stay in Ramara and then therefore not be able to get the services that we need to attract them to Ramara. Like, is a big question. So I don't know if when you're going through this this exercise, if it's going to be something that you're able to address or take into consideration. Like how can we change our stats in Stats Canada so that we could qualify for grants or different things that we will attract people to our communities so that we can get maybe some housing, some long-term care homes or retirement communities for different things, right? Including transportation.
Thank you
Right.
through you, your worship. Councillor Fisher, that's a great question. A settlement strategy at its core is about four things. It's about attraction, recruitment, integration, and retention. So all four of those considerations need to be part of a settlement strategy. And as we reach out to municipalities, we recognize that locally at the municipal level, all of those things need to be considered as well. And so a lot of our work, for example, has been in advocating for change. We do that through a number of different ways. It's a little bit tougher with the federal government because we don't have the same sort of reporting relationship because municipalities are the responsibility of the provincial government. We, for example, I think for the last 4 consecutive cycles at AMO or Roma, we have prepared briefing notes to share with the province, because immigration is a shared provincial and federal responsibility, about the challenges in Simcoe County. And I couldn't agree with you more, Councillor Fisher. I think, one of my things that I often say to the government is we're not the GTA. We're also not Kapuskasing. And so we still are receiving, our number of direct arrivals is almost doubled. We need supports and services in the community. So we continue to advocate for those. The Settlement Workers in Schools program that was mentioned, it's only been here for a couple of years. And that, the funding of that really was the work of the local immigration partnership, working with school boards, working with the YMCA. You see a program and it's kind of nicely knit up and it's like, oh, that's wonderful. But it actually took a lot of advocacy with the federal government, with both school boards. It happened during COVID when having people go into schools was even more difficult than it normally is. So that continued advocacy, but looking at that data. So for example, the rental aggregator data and the average market rents, that's really important information for us to be sharing back to both levels of government. So yeah. So if we hear that feedback that yes, the Township of Ramara really wants to work more specifically on attracting, immigrants to the area. I know there are some employment lands in Ramara. I'm not sure what the plan is for that development, but we're happy to work with the municipality, and we work with all partners.
I'm looking at your actual second last slide, and I'm looking over at my CAO, and yeah, I think there's some things: participate in the annual week of welcome, and certainly, and down there it says enroll municipal staff in the diversity hub. That's something that we could certainly look into and take more action. And again, the newcomer recognition awards. Yes, that is something I see many councillors from across the county at that. We have to take more notice and more participation in these type of events. So that's something, that's homework for council. So any other questions? If not, then thank you very much. And I'll look for a motion that we receive the petition from the County of Simcoe with respect to the 2023 Community Settlement Strategy. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell. I think you had your hand up. There's no other comments. All in favor? And thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Morgan. Have a wonderful evening. Next, I believe we have good doctors. I imagine Lee Leo, is he coming online, Maddie? Oh, there he is. So welcome, Leo.
Thank you. Thanks,
So
Mayor
you
Barlow.
proceed whenever you're ready, sir.
I just have a quick update. Basically to say that the clinics in Ramara is being well used. We get about 600 or 700 visits per month. Most of these visits are from people from within the Ramara Township. We have our nurses working on site 5 days a week, Tegan and Heather, and Lori working from Espanola from home. So I expect this will be consistent over time, but the needs will evolve. The government just made an announcement today that they appointed Dr. Jane Philpott as a chair of a new primary care action team. So the goal there is, within 5 years to have everyone in Ontario connect with a primary care provider. But this it's a big job, but I'm sure there's going to be changes as well in terms of how the government deliver these services. The people that we see in the clinic are, we have people coming in for acute cases. We also have a lot of chronic conditions that we manage. These are the same people that rely on the clinics. And the feedback that I'm getting is that, people are very satisfied with the service that we provide there.
It's unfortunate we don't have the slides up so the folks at home can see the numbers here, but Yeah, no, it's what are your most upper respiratory infection, big sinus acute, hypertension, all the different, oh, here we go. Different things that we've treated.
Yeah.
Now,
So
with that new funding, oh, are you finished, Leo? Because I had some questions, but go ahead.
yes, go ahead.
Any talk of increasing the funding? Because when I met with the minister when we were at AMO, they were very, should I put it politely, unfriendly towards your organization. And because we originally went with them to meet to see if we could get more funding, so this wouldn't be such a hit on our taxpayers. And well, I'll be blunt, they recommended that we let you go. Like they didn't support your service at all, which we got into a rather heated exchange, myself and the minister, because I can tell you right now, we have no intention of letting the good doctor service go, nor would the people in Ramara Township tolerate us doing so. So any better feeling coming out of it that the ministry is going to start better financially supporting operations like your own?
I'm not I have no expectation. As it is now, compared to a regular walk-in clinic, we, our doctors bill 50%. So the doctors bill take a 50% pay cut. Now, the reason is they're not differentiating whether we're seeing a patient over the phone versus, being in clinic and supported by nurses.
Correct. And that's what I kept trying to point out, that you've actually got a specially trained nurse. You are seeing a real human being who's diagnosing you.
Yeah, would help with, physical exams and suture removal, wound cleaning and packing and things like that, that you cannot do on video or from home, right? But that's, it's, I think health is a huge portfolio, is a very complicated beast with lots of different stakeholders. So a lot of these things might also be, structural. I mean, things are negotiated between different parties and between the minister, between the OMAs, and it's not an easy change. So I have no expectation that anything is going to happen in terms of changes in funding.
Well, I know I'm not the only counselor, but I've used the service. So is my wife. It's absolutely a fabulous service. Very, very happy that you're here. Any comments from Counselor Snudge?
Yeah, welcome. Thank you. I guess when the program first launched years ago, I was not quite all on board in the beginning because I was worried that this was going to be an expense that we would incur for the life of the township. I didn't know how we'd ever get rid of it after we started it. And now I see we're getting a lot of pressure from the doctor recruitment program. They want another $20,000 for doctors in Aurelia. Your fees, I believe, if I've read the budget right, are going up $20,000 next year.
That's sorry, Councillor Snatch. Let me just I think it's along the line of 2,000. It's 2%.
Oh, 2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I read 20,000. I thought the budget went from 100,000 to 120, but I will go back and look again. Do you have any programs with other communities that allow the township to earn some of this back by user fee charges or something? Because I just 2,000 sounds a lot better than 20,000. I might not have asked the question, but do you have any programs where they're charging a certain amount for, like, how do you get revenues into the township so we're not supporting this for, to the end of time?
Council, let me get back to you, with a couple of ideas. Some of these may, the thing is, you cannot really bill for healthcare. But if you look at the hospital, one way for them to recover some of the costs and the operations is through things like parking. And we can look at whether it would be okay to charge for, a booking fee. If we charge $1 for booking, would that make a difference to the budget? And would it be acceptable, right? Without incurring additional overhead in administration costs.
Okay, I just want you to think about it. You get back to us and maybe the next time you present to us, there's certainly not a hurry, but maybe you throw some ideas out on the table for us.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor and Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Okay. This is great. I love the program. I've used it. My family's used it. I think one of the things I have a problem with is the municipalities that we've requested, because I have a lot of patients coming to us from there, especially our neighboring municipalities. That's 6,000, almost 6,000 people between the two of them. Is there a way to charge a user fee for booking outside of our municipality? I think that's one of the things that, along with what David is saying, that maybe you could look into that. The municipalities have come out and basically told us, no, they won't contribute. So I was hoping that maybe that's a possibility.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can explore that. So I'll float some ideas, and if you guys are okay with that, then we can implement it.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So I have a few things. And no disrespect, but I noticed that the reports that we're being provided are different each time, or at least a number of times. So I can look at one from 2022 and it includes 10 municipalities, yes, but then in 23 and 24, we're not including the same 10 municipalities. So that's one note. In 2023, in December 11th, the note that we received says 11,616 patient visits, but it also tells us there's 5,374 unique clients. But then the number of unique clients has not been provided on this current update. And then in addition to that, there's no correlation between the number of visits and then whether those are unique visits or whether that's repeat visits. So from a report perspective, for me to be able to understand data, I would appreciate if the reports were the same every time and they were structured the same and they included the same information every time. So I think there's some exploration to be done on our part to determine what we'd like to see in the reports, because it doesn't necessarily help if we don't understand what the numbers mean. And then, so for example, all 3 years, we show Brecon, Beaverton, Orillia, Wishago, Woodville, Seabright, Kirkfield, Oro, Medante, Severn. In 22 and 3, you include a category called Ramara, which I don't know what that means, but I assume it means an address that's not Brecon because we identify Brecon on its own. Then in 23, we've got a thing called Other, which has a substantial over 1,000 visits. I think it's 1818, and I don't know what Other actually means. And then we don't use Other in the other reports that I'm looking at. And then in 2024, we've got just a small number of people from Cannington, but Cannington hasn't appeared in any of the other reports. So just from the structure of reporting, if we can just have consistent reports so that we can get a better sense of the numbers, that would be helpful. And then I guess we called this tonight a quarterly report, and I don't think that we've necessarily been receiving quarterly reports, which I'm not sure that we need quarterly. So that's just something for us to figure out, I think, is just what do we want from this data? And then I guess the final question, and this is going to ultimately be a question. So from the December report says that we saw 11,616 visits in a 2-year period. So 5,800 a year or 484 visits a month. But now what you're showing in this current report is that the number jumped to 17,566. So in only 6 months, we saw 5,950 visits added or 850 a month. So we doubled the number of visits in the last 6 months. And I just don't even know what it means. Like, I don't know why that would jump so very high these 6 months. We don't have new people living in Ramara Township. So none of the other factors have changed. So that seems to me to be a very big leap. And then the number that corresponds to Brecon is suddenly quite large. So I'm having a hard time just getting my head around the data. So I think I don't know why we saw such a huge increase in numbers over that 6-month period. And then the second part of that would be, how do you identify trends? Like how what would be your recommendation of how often you should be reporting to us and on what, right? So do you have a mechanism that says suddenly my clinic increased in visitorship by 20%. So I think I should tell the people at Ramara Township. So I just don't know how you're tracking trends or what trends you'd be tracking and how to know what of those trends would be important for council to know to understand what's happening.
Leo?
Yes, we can standardize the report and the cycles and what's in the report. In terms of the patient's hometown, that is a reference, cross-reference to the postal codes on their health cards. So if we standardize it, then it'll be more comparable because the top 10 by hometown really it's just the top 10, and whether Ramara is rolling to Brecken or separated out or is under a other category. So I think it comes down to maybe we can work on a specification for this that will make it easier to repeat the process.
Jerry?
Yeah, because I think part of what it is for us to understand who's accessing the clinic, right? So when you show Wishago or Seabright, for example, Wishago and Seabright could be in Ramara, but they may not be in Ramara. So I don't know how to count that number, and I don't know whether that means it's Ramara residents accessing or not. And then that could tell us something about the numbers, because in that December report from 2023, half to 2/3 of the usership comes from outside the Township of Ramara. So clearly that would be a concern for council to understand, how do we mitigate that? So, but I don't know if that's actually the number, because when I look back and I say, well, I don't know what Wishago means, or I don't know what Seabright means. So I think that, yeah, like those pieces of it would help us have a better understanding. That being said, I also want to say thank you, because the service I myself have never received anything but great reviews. So I'm not wanting to change the service, but I do think it's important for us to be able to understand what the numbers represent.
Yeah, I understand. When it comes from postal code, and when we rolled it up, it gets allocated to one bucket or another. So I think it might be easier if we define it and just say these are the postal codes or these are the FSAs, and we can map it.
Okay, Councillor Snodge.
Leo, do you have any idea of how many people would be turned away? Or like, for example, if I would never want to refuse anyone healthcare, but we do have to have a way for paying for this. If we restricted it to just Ramara residents, would we have enough business to keep that clinic going, because it would open up more appointments for other people?
I mean, we can. I don't think there is a. We have to look into this. I see there are clinics that are open in specific, region, and basically say this clinic is open for people of this region only, and that's probably okay. So, back to your point, if you want to limit the service to, the border of Ramara Township, there might be a mechanism to do that. It may not be 100% watertight, but we can, at least put up the note to say this service is for people from Ramara Township only.
I don't know if I'd want to do that, though.
Well, I don't know if we want to
No,
do
that's-
either. What I'm saying is that would there be, is the place getting so busy now that there's Ramara people being turned away? That's what I was trying to get to.
I knew you
Yeah.
were trying to get there.
I've never had a hard time booking an appointment myself, but
Yeah, there's no indication of that. Town people leave a voicemail and then they get a call back, same day, next day. They'll always make spots for them. So, it's not a concern right now. But if it gets to be a concern, then that's definitely something we can look at, if that's the way you want to you want it running.
Counselor Bell.
Thank you. There was a time period where Ramara residents were being turned away back around February of this year. I had reports from people who were being turned away. Former CAO was going to look into that with you, so I assume that's been taken care of because I haven't heard it since. My question, though, is I've read that you are opening a location in Beaverton, and I'm curious when that might happen.
Right. We expect that to be open in December.
And then how many, sorry, I would just the second part, which I'm curious how many people, because I just want to say I'm not looking for a way to prevent people from using the clinic. I would like us to be able to do more partnerships so that we can facilitate healthcare, the best way we're able. But I think that might reduce some of the pressure coming from Beaverton, Cannington, Woodville, that sort of thing.
Yes, I expect, the people from say Beaverton might use the local resource as opposed to coming into Ramara, Bracken.
I'm actually glad to hear that. They're our second biggest user, and because of what they saw here, they saw the value in your service. So yeah, that's actually great. It's catching on. The more the merrier, because that helps us drive up more support, and maybe the provincial government will come to the table. So I think that's great news. Any other comment from council members? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I've got a motion here that we receive the Good Doctors Quarterly Update for information. Moved by Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Leo. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, I've got our consent agenda now. I've got a recommendation that we adopt the recommendations of items 10.1 to 10.5 of the consent agenda dated October 21st, 2024. But I think I see is there a separate? No, 10.4 is just a recommendation. Yep. They need to be pulled, discussed, different motions. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Reports from committees. I have report that we adopt the committee of the whole report 10/24 dated October 7, 2024 as presented. Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Goff. Questions or comments from our committee of the whole? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Next, I have a special Lagoon City Parks and Waterways minutes. That the special Lagoon City Parks and Waterways meeting minutes dated September 24th, 2024 be received as information. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Goff. Any questions arising from the minutes? All in favor? That is carried. Appeal Tribunal, that we received the Appeal Tribunal minutes dated August 29th, 2024 as information. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Tuyu. Questions arising from that? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. That the Committee of Adjustment minutes dated September 10th, 2024 be received as information. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. I think this is the one the motion was denied and defeated. If this is the one I'm reading here. A lot of back and forth on it, but what I've got here is recommendation that it be received and denied, but then that motion was defeated. Am I correct on that? Committee of Adjustment I'm on, yeah. I'm on the first one here. It says defeated, but the recommendation was that it be denied. So now I'm curious, did they deny the application? Because if they defeated the recommendation to deny, then you'd have to have a recommendation to approve, which I don't see. And with four of them there, I would assume it would be defeated as well on like if it was a split vote. So I'm curious of what happened here. If I could just get an answer, I don't need it right now. When I see that the motion was defeated, usually it says denied or approved. And so I'm just wondering where the status of this application is all. So if somebody could get me that. Should we defer the minutes then until we can figure that out? So is that okay with the mover and seconder if we just defer the minutes?
We're
Get
just
to know
receiving
it.
them as information, your worship.
Yeah, well, it was for information, but
We can get clarification. Put them on the
clarification.
next
So if you could
agenda.
just bring it back at the next council meeting with clarification, that would be great. So we'll defer it. All in favor of the deferral? Refer, I guess that's a better word. I don't know. That was carried. You have a question, Dave, or no?
No,
Okay, so now I'm on to Lagoon City, that the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways minutes dated September 12th, 2024 be received as information. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Bell. Questions arising from those minutes? Seeing any? All in favor? That is carried. Ramara Trails, that the Ramara Trails Committee minutes dated September 18th, 2024 be received as information. Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by Deputy Mayor. Question on those minutes? All in favor? That is carried. So items requiring the immediate attention of council. So the first one I have is that we receive the Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority characterization study as information. So can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch. Comments, Councillor Bell, this I think is the one you're referring to. Go
Yes,
ahead.
it is. Thank you. I just am going to send, so this, when I opened up discussion on this characterization study, I was not aware of the Ramara Creek subwatershed plan that was completed in 2015. So once and then I'm not quite sure what happened. So it opened up in December of 2023. And then however conversation proceeded, I wasn't privy to the conversation as it unfolded from December of 23 until the fall of 24, but it took, for whatever reason, until the fall of 24 for it to finally make its way back to Parks and Waterways. So this is why it's arriving at council so very late as well, without a lot of time to dig into it. But I think I just sent Ashley the link. So the Ramara Creek subwatershed plan was architected in 2015, and it was a joint across numerous bodies. So there was Minister of Environment, Natural Resources, Environment, Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, LSRCA, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, County of Simcoe, Township of Ramara, LCPWC, and Couchiching Conservancy. So it was quite a report, which in the interim, I now know that LSRCA is putting a new component up on their website to revisit all of the subwatershed plans and make sure that the implementations are able to move forward. And then a part of this all as well is the stormwater management, which also was 2015. And we did carry the motion on that on July 9th that we would update that. So the idea of the characterization plan when it started, I guess I didn't realize that we kind of already had all this information, but because it's 10 years old, there was still some level of requirement to update some of our data. So when Don Goodyear was here presenting to us, I did ask him, would it be required at this point a full $55,000? Like, do we need to go back and redo all of our data or only components of our data? What would it mean? And that is all something that would have to come from discussion. But the notion was for this to happen in the year 2025. When obviously now we're 4 days away from budget. So we've pushed it to a timeline that is may not be possible for 2025. But the way things stand right now, this isn't just a plan. It also came with a full implementation plan, and that implementation plan also was supposed to have been executed over the 5-year timeline. And I'm not sure exactly why it didn't happen or how it ended up on a shelf. I don't know. But at this point, though, we have a responsibility as a municipality for stewardship to Lake Simcoe, and that's what this plan is all about. So we sent it forward to council so that it could be considered for budget considerations, but obviously we're 4 days away. But I still wouldn't want to close the door and say we're going to ignore this. I don't think we can anyway. The other thing is earlier this year, the waterways at Lagoon City, I've been here for 9 years, and the waterways were, it's hard to see on TV, but deeper, darker brown than these jugs that are sitting in front of us. And they smelled foul, extremely foul. So I did place a call to the Barrie Water Testing Center to ask them to come down and take a sample of the waterways to see if we can start to figure out what's entering into them. Because right now we're leaving it to the people of Lagoon City to clean it up. And it's not really the responsibility of the people of Lagoon City to clean it up. Its stewardship is supposed to be across all the municipality. And in this case, Lake Simcoe it feeds up to the Ontario Great Lakes Management Plan, and then ultimately the overall Great Lakes Management Plan between us and the United States as well. So, and again, it's 21% of the world's or 20% of the world's fresh water is the Great Lakes water system. So this isn't a responsibility of a handful of people in Lagoon City. It's a responsibility of the municipality to implement this plan. So that's why we had carried the motion at Parks and Waterways to deliver it back to the municipality so that we can start to look at all of these various implementations from stormwater management to the implementation plan included a phosphorus, easy for me to say.
Phosphorus management.
That one. That's the one. So that's why it's here anyway, so that we can start to look at it. I don't know that it's the full 55,000. It is comparable to a recent initiative that the township undertook at Lake St. John, for example, where we spent 42,000 on mapping, which, that again, it didn't serve a handful of residents. It served, all of the people in proximity to Lake St. John and then anybody along the way past that point. So it's really the same sort of thing. It's just a responsibility of the municipality. So I'm hoping that we can move forward with it. And even if it can't be the budget item for 25, at least that the door remains open so that our CAO and our infrastructure department can start to work with conservation on these implementations.
I would like to see if there's some grant money available for this, because I think that's what the Lake St. John was. It was a grant that came in, was it not, that we used for that one? And this one, to me, seems like a prime candidate if we can find some grant funding. So, Councillor Goff.
I'm just going to direct this question to you, Councillor Bell. You said you called Barry and they came to get what was found.
No, and I thank you. I don't, they did respond back that they would come and, or that they had received my message. I spoke to somebody at the testing center, but I don't know whether they would come down and do it because that kind of water testing is quite expensive actually. So whether they sent somebody or didn't send somebody, I don't know. And then as far as the grant, there was a grant. The total grant was 82.4. The total cost of the Lake St. John mapping was 82.4 with a grant of 37. So it left Ramara with 45.4. So this is 55. So it's similar even if we can't get a grant, but definitely I would hope for the grant. Those are the numbers just in the in the report and what Minot provided for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? So this is receiving this today, but the request went to budget? Yeah,
well, that was what we were asking for, but then it showed up here. So that's what Parks and Waterways motion was to send it for consideration, budget consideration. So.
Yeah, and it's there. Okay, so to receive though, so did I have a mover and a seconder?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you said it is in the budget.
No, it's forwarded to budget for discussion.
On next Thursday.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, because but this is here for us to receive for information. And give us a heads up. All right, so all in favor of receiving? That is carried. Thank you. Our recreation master plan. Recommendation is we receive for information. So frustrating. Any comments? This is the cost. We do more. I'll start with Councillor Bell, then Councillor Snutch, right down the.
Thank you. I appreciate it because it is me who asked for it. So one of the things I was thinking is because there is a cost to it, I wondered if we could do this differently rather than having the consultant come in, if we could do it more like a train the trainer. So have the consultant provide a training session to whether it's council members or staff members, and then each of us would be able to go into those community centers and then run the engagement session so that we don't have to pay the consultant to do it. So that's just one suggestion I have, because I already know that council's flavor is probably going to be that you don't want to pay for it, right? So I'm just looking for solutions.
Looking at the workshop, but any comments on that, Ashley? Is there any?
After speaking with,
sorry,
that's okay. After speaking with Planscape and their suggestions, I think there would also be a fee allotted with training the trainer, like you said, Councillor Bell. So they would probably have to come back with another consultation of how much it would cost for that kind of thing as well.
Yeah. I knew there'd be a cost. I didn't expect it this high. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I don't think we're going to gather any more information. So I'd like just to move to the implementation stage. I mean, there's a few things that are there that seem to be, workable, pickleball, et cetera, things like that. But I just don't see the point. I brought up a suggestion when we did this, that if we could turn them into ward meetings, we might get more people out. I don't know what happened with that suggestion, but I thought that might be a way to draw more people out to these meetings. But I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be just like the last one. You have 2 or 3 people show up.
It's unfortunate. Counselor to you.
We're still going to have that meeting in November though, right?
The open house to talk about what their findings. Yes, I believe so.
And the public is welcome to come to that and share their input at that time?
Yep.
That is a public
Okay,
meeting, correct?
Thank you.
I think that's our best direction now, is just have the open house advertise as much as we can, try and get as many people. It's frustrating. I remember previous councils, we actually surveys like this, we just sent the companies away because we knew the response was going to be so low. You were better just to post something on your website and hope to get answers, because I don't know what we spend on this study in total prior to.
I believe the budget was 25,000 for the entire project.
See, that's the trouble, right? And you get less than 1% answer and on that money. I think Councillor Bell had a comment, then I'll go back to Dave.
Yeah, I mean, for me though, just if we have a 12-year gap between studies, and then I won't support a single I will not support anything in recreation. Not because I don't support recreation. I think there's all kinds of ways and places and things that we could and should be doing. But I can't support anything based on 288 responses in 6 weeks in July. I looked at, just for example, a piece of property in Blue Mountain where they were looking at putting in a new park or structuring the park in a new way, whatever. And they did 6 months of engagement. So 6 weeks in July, when people want to be at the beach, on their boat, whatever, to build a 12-year pending recreation plan, it doesn't make any sense. So I don't think that we can just say, yeah, sure, we're going to take this plan and we're going to implement based on what 288 folks had to say. So for me, I'd be looking for ways, and I have done a ward meeting and we had to turn people away because it was fuller than we thought we could accommodate. Mayor Clark was there, as was the former CAO. So we capped the number at 50, and we had to cap it at 50 because we couldn't accommodate anymore and be able to answer their questions. So I disagree that you can't get engagement within a community. And I think it's quite the opposite. And I think that when you go into the community centers, be it Joyland, be it Ramona Hall, wherever it is, and you engage with people where they live in their walkable area or their at least close drivable area, you will get responses. And just also on that note, I know that people just in Lagoon City who are right there, or Brecken even, who are across the road, they don't want to walk across the road and come in the municipal office. This is not their comfort zone, but their local community center is.
Dave.
Question to Ashley. Have we ever done paid advertising when we're doing the Facebook posts? Because I understand that the regular posts, like the view rate is like 2% or something. So if we ever, and it's very cheap, it'd be like $25 or something.
Oh, absolutely. I would love to do more paid advertising, but unfortunately, when you pass the budget, our communications budget is quite low. So
No, but I'm saying here, if we authorize like $300 for paid advertising on Facebook, you haven't done that. That might be a way to get more people to respond to the survey.
yeah, so in the past, like especially during COVID, when we didn't have any in person, then we would pay for a certain I think it was like the transportation survey. We did paid advertising through social media. So whether it was Instagram or Facebook, and got some good traction. The communication strategy, we did that as well. So if you want to kind of open up the survey again and use paid advertising, then we can do that to help amplify the message.
I would be in favor of that, but you'd have to bring a proposal or something, to tell us how much we're supposed to approve to do that. But I do think it would give us a much bigger response, because you go on Facebook, and if you don't go on it every hour, that post is gone. You never see it again.
Absolutely. And it would be nice to do that for a lot of different initiatives. So if that's something that council would like staff to do, we can do that. Another thing I do want to mention is that when we put together the communication strategy for the recreation master plan, during the strategic plan, staff provided a report saying that we'd go into the communities and council decided to do the opposite, where you only wanted to use our actual centers, like the council chambers, the Ramara Center. So if council is open for us to go into those community places, so private spaces, that's something that we can go back to look at when we are meeting with consultants or we're looking at different things. But because council made that recommendation just a year prior, that is why also we chose what we did.
Deputy Mayor.
I think if we're talking about sports and recreation, I think we want to hit families and kids. And I think the best place to hit them is in their public schools. I mean, if we could set up a table when they're doing their parent teacher nights and we could just talk to the parents and see them out there, that's when we're going to hit the majority of the people, right? So if we could somehow connect with all the schools within our municipality, we're going to get the best results, right? If there's any way to do that.
Councillor Bell.
Just on the Facebook ads, just because I did it yesterday, I know that for $100, I could run it for 42 days in Ramara. And then of course it gets higher, the frequency, but that was Facebook anyway. Instagram actually costs more, but just more to give council an idea. Like we're not talking, it's not like buying ads where we're into the thousands and thousands and thousands in print magazines and all that kind of thing. So
it just depends on what you want to do. There's Google ads, there's Facebook, there's a whole big strategy. So thank you, Councillor Bell, for those suggestions, but there is a huge strategy we could put together. So it just depends on what council wants to spend. So if you give a limit of $500, then you can look at all the different ways to do that. Because yes, there is social media, but there's other things that you can do to track into YouTube. So when people are watching the meeting, something about Ramara comes up. So there's lots of different strategies.
All right. So on this report, the recommendation is that we just receive as information.
Well, I think there's requests that is recommended.
That we receive the report as information. That's what the actual motion that I have.
Right, but in the report,
Oh, sorry.
in the actual report, I think staff is saying we should.
Mike there, Dave.
I think that in the actual report, I won't look for it now, but I think it says that staff just want to proceed with implementation rather than gathering more information. So I think we have to give it a little bit of direction.
I think, yeah, we're not going to spend the extra money is what I'm hearing. So we'll just move forward with our public meeting and then start implementation and deal with it from there.
So we'll have to do it by recorded vote then, because I'm not supporting, not doing any, we haven't done any engagement, so I don't know how it can count as engagement because it just isn't engagement, 288 people. So I will be opposing. So I don't know how you want to do it. Oh, because we're only,
No, we're in council.
oh no.
Yeah, we're in council.
So then I'm going to I'll have to do it by putting a motion on the floor, I guess, right?
Well, the motion is that we receive the report RD 03/2024 as information, which basically says non-action when you say,
Right.
so it just carries on. So
So,
then,
but I want to take action.
yes.
So then I guess I need to amend, put a new motion on the floor. So,
Or you want to put an amendment on the motion?
well, I think so, because I want to do community engagement. So I don't want to receive it as information. I want to proceed with community engagement. Now, what that engagement looks like, if we want to talk about doing, like, I mean, Ashley knows what she's talking about, right? There's lots of ways to do it. Facebook's inexpensive. There's other ways, but I don't think I want to just say, I'm going to receive this and leave the door open that nothing else happens. So, because in my mind, 288 responses is not engagement. So I think that, yeah, my motion will be that we receive the report for information and then a staff report that comes back and talks to us about more options for how we can engage with our publics before we go to implementing any kind of.
So, Mr. Mayor,
There's no time sensitive on
Well,
this.
we have a
that would
public
be
meeting.
an amendment to the
Yes.
motion that should be dealt with if there's a seconder for
Yes.
Councillor Bell.
I need a
Failing
second.
that, it could be a recorded vote
Yes.
to reference not.
So we have a seconder for that amendment is what I have right now. So the amendment's there. I'm asking on the amendment, this is not time sensitive, right? We pay the consultants, send them on their way or no? Yeah.
They have finished their reports for the
Right.
surveys and all of their interviews. So I think they would have to extend that. It was supposed to be done before the 1st of January. So I think there would be a cost associated with extending their services.
Right, but we would be looking at doing our own, like trying to promote the open house more, I think is all we, go ahead.
I was
Councillor.
gonna say, when is the open house?
I would have to double check, but I think we were picking a date in November, middle of November.
So it is kind of time sensitive because we want be able?
They wanted to show what their findings were, and that was going to be their draft of what the report would be, or the recreation master plan would be.
Right, but then we don't have to receive that master. I mean, that's fine. They're done. They do their thing. We have their draft now. We can amend that in any way we see fit, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Right, without them, once we have their final draft, we could do more public engagement if we felt. CAO, can you help me out on that?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. If you call the question regarding support for the amendment, you'll have at least an indication on appetite to deal with that, and then you can put it together in or not in an updated resolution.
Yep.
The public meeting will take place.
Yep.
The sharing of the information will take place. There'll be some additional communication that will happen then. What I've heard is there's too big of a gap between the weigh-in that got us to where we are and what some members of council would like to see.
Yeah. So can I hear the amendment again, Councillor, or do we have a version of it?
It's kind of messy.
See what you got.
So I mean, it's just that we receive and that we ask for a staff report to outline more opportunities for engagement.
Yeah,
and that was the amendment, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
and I'm actually fine with that amendment, but we would still proceed with our public meeting and everything with the consultant. Let's get them put to bed to get a staff report on how we can get more information going forward. Is that, I want to make sure that's what we're looking for. Yes? All right. On the amendment, all in favor? It is carried. So that'll be amended. So now the motion as amended. I think we would be following the public meeting. Because we get it, it's a time sensitive thing, get it done, and then the report would come back prior to the implementation of the plan. Dave, question.
I sort of think a better way to do it would be to have Ashley come back with a report right away. If we do approve paid advertising, not only in that, we can do the paid advertising for the open house too, to try to get more people out at the open house.
So Mr. Mayor, the next meeting of council, Madam Clerk, is November the 6th. It's a combined meeting. It may be doable to have a staff report outlining some of that. I'm not certain. But it's the 21st. A staff report that would come back to council would be at that combined meeting on the 6th. And I don't know if that can it be turned around.
All right. The questions all answered. So on the report as amended, all in favor? Everybody knew what, all right, good. Okay, I think it's a council meeting agenda here. That we adopt the Ramara Council Committee of the Whole 2025 meeting schedule as attached to report CD 2424. I will endeavor this year not to have so many changes due to my schedule. Questions? Everybody fine with what they see? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. No comments, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Upcoming housing that we, sorry, yes.
Just a comment though on
go ahead.
it, because we didn't get all our appointments into our schedule at the beginning of the year this year. And then I found it really confusing sometimes because we started changing meetings.
Yeah.
And I started losing track of where I was and where I was supposed to be. So and I know it's an extra step for somebody, I know it's work, but if it's at all possible by the 1st, between now and the 1st, if the appointments can be put into our calendars, just would make it a lot.
This is whenever there's special public meetings, we need them.
No, but even the whole meeting schedule, it never made it to our calendars. So it's been really confusing.
Right away, we'll put them in our calendars for next year. And the key thing is when we have special meetings, planning meetings, as soon as you can get them plunked, just send it as a calendar invite. And not as an email. And then that way everybody gets it in their calendar and then they're ready. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, it was the way Councillor Bell was asking for support. I think that's doable, but you did suggest, Councillor Bell, on Gen 1, some of those things won't be known until I understood what you meant, but somebody listening may not. So
when the public
whenever they're available, get them in as quickly as possible.
Yes, that's for those special meetings. Okay, so I think we voted on it. Did we? All in favor of the calendar? That was carried. Okay, where are we now? Here we are. that we receive report ID 53-24 as information and that staff apply for the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund for the Lagoon City Sewage Treatment Plant upgrades to support growth for the potential developments in the Brecken and Lagoon City area. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions or comments on the report? Councillor Snutch.
I think it was a little bit more of an explanation because of the fact that it's housing enabled water systems. That's the only thing I'm concerned about, but I do think that's the right place to apply for it, but I don't see the additional housing somehow, so.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we looked at kind of a few projects that we do have going on. Bayshore Village, we're not going to be enabling any housing there. Rammer Road corridor, that one's going to have extremely limited housing that would be created by use of this grant. It's more commercial resort area than full-time housing. So we looked at Lagoon City, and essentially by doing some headworks, some improvements at the sewage plant, we would enable housing. Right now, we have limited housing with our current situation at that sewage plant. With doing some improvements at the plant, it would enable housing with proposals that have started to come in for development within the Brecken Lagoon City area. Those proposals that have come in, we're not going to be able to fully support those based on the available capacity that we have at the plant currently.
Oh, okay. So roughly the size of this project, how many are we increasing or enabling us to expand?
Those are all numbers we're still going to have to work out with Aqua, with the contractor there. But right now we're about 600 units is all we have capacity for within that plant. The development that came in is proposed 1,200 units. So we'd want to do at least that, but increase it to what we anticipate for future needs within the system there.
Okay.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Sorry, Josh. Just the number I was always told was 400. We had capacity for 400. And then the question was, well, now that we're hauling effluent from Bayshore, that is 350. So we're using up that 400. But then you just said 600. So just for clarity, because I've also used the word 400 based on that. So
yeah,
can you just provide
so that 400 puts us at that 80% capacity mark, which would trigger an EA for expanding of the plant.
Right.
So
once you commit to the expansion, that frees up the other 15%, which is what, but you have to commit to. Yeah.
Yeah. And in regards to Bayshore, yes, we are using some capacity with hauling from Bayshore, but with these works and improvements, we're working towards having that solution in place, which in time would not be required to haul from Bayshore at that point. So the exact figure for the grant, we're still trying to work out. But we'll have that prior to the submission deadline of November 1st.
Perfect. Any other questions? Councillor Goff.
Hi, Josh. Are we close enough to being close to shovel ready? Because I know when we met with the minister at AMO, they sort of stressed for that we needed to be shovel ready.
So we're not necessarily shovel ready, but we do have the background studies and information to proceed to be shovel ready within a year. Essentially, the way we interpreted the grant, yes, it is shovel ready, but there is an engineering component still permitted within being that shovel ready. So.
All right, supplementary. No, good. Any other questions? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And next, correspondent from this is an addition. Yeah, Dana Hancock, parent of Upper Road Public School, regarding Maker's Market and looking for direction. They are looking to remove our Ramara Center, I think, for a flea market. Councillor Fisher, comments? Well, and that's what the recommendation is, that we, so I need somebody to finish the sentence. So
that we permit the parent council of Upper Grove Public School to use the facility rent fee. I believe we've done that in the past.
Seconder, a second by Councillor Goff. Any other discussion on it? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Unfinished or new business, we have none. County Councilor update is here. So I have a motion that we receive his information moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Fisher. Questions or comments? All in favor? That is carried. Oh, okay. So then we've got a conflict on one of the bylaws. So announcements, well, we'll start with announcements and inquiries, members of council. Let's do that one first. Councilor Bell.
Thank you. I have one of each, actually.
All right.
On the, one's happy and one's less happy, so I don't know which way to go. Let's do the less happy first. Sorry, Josh, this one's, or not, I actually don't think it's for you. It might be for CAO Dunn. So when we were talking about the Lakeshore Drive expansion project, we were going to do two things. One was that we would see all of the community engagement that went out, which was actually forwarded to us. So that's great. But then the second part was questions around planning department questions. So it was, can they merge on title? And then some of the property owners felt that they aren't allowed to develop the property across the road. And so at that time, the CAO had said those would be two separate reports, that Josh's could come and then the other one would follow. And I've had a request this week from someone to ask, when can they, who can they meet with? How can they meet? How would we facilitate? They just want to have their questions answered. So it would be planning who would have to be available to help them. And I don't know when that can happen.
Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, I do remember the conversation. I apologize. I don't remember the direction to undertake that. I will follow up with building and planning services tomorrow. You are correct. It would be those staff members that would be undertaking that. So we've got a senior leadership team meeting tomorrow and I will follow up tomorrow.
Much appreciated. That'll be enough. They'll know you're following up. Go ahead. So that was that one. And then just on the announcement front, it is Small Business Week, as you mentioned, Mayor. And the Ramara Experience kicked off the 2024 Shop With Us Ramara campaign today. We were able to place 8,885 postcards in the mail. So everybody should receive a postcard. Full disclosure, a few of those postcards are missing the V in November. So I'll just be honest that happened. Sometimes things go wrong when you're a one woman producer of all this material. So we caught it in time. So I don't know if you're out there and you got one of the mistakes, deeply sorry, but don't let that stop you from supporting Ramara's businesses. So all you need to do is shop, take a picture of your receipt and upload it, stick the postcard on the fridge, and then you won't lose the QR code. That's the fastest way to do it. So businesses have already started to participate. One particular business signed up first and won a bonus prize and didn't even know he was going to win it. So you'll start to see people wandering around the township wearing their Ramara experience gear and shouting out Ramara rocks.
Perfect. Well, I can say I did support two of our local businesses this week with the new to me used truck I just bought when it didn't start, and I had our local tow truck company take it to one of our local garages to repair it. So I will, just before I hand it off again, tell everybody our watch party to come and celebrate the Ontario Public Library this week. The watch party featuring two new videos showcasing our library, complete with popcorn and a big screen viewing at our Ramara Center Library. Official launch 3 p.m. October 22nd. And the screenings run from 3 until 6 p.m. So no charge. If anybody can make a drop by our local library, October 22nd. Deputy Mayor.
Just a quick question for Councillor Bell. Is it the Ramara Rocks and the Ramara Experience the same company or corporation, or is it part of the chamber? What is that?
Yeah, the Ramara Experience is a subcommittee of the chamber, but we created the brand and then we created the tagline Ramara Rocks. We floated it a bunch across a number of residents and people were behind it. So any of our social media, we're just asking you to, well, you have to tag Ramara Township, of course, and Experience Simcoe County because they generously funded, as did Aurelia CDC. But the Ramara Rocks hashtag, we're trying to get that out there and have it being used by everybody so that it gets, the message gets out there that it's a pretty good township to live in.
Yeah, good job with that.
Okay.
I just had a question for Josh, just following up the study that we did on the traffic study on Fairgrounds Road and MacArthur. Are you able to bring that report to us in the future?
Yeah, I can get the report. I just haven't compiled all the information yet, but yeah, I'll bring a report back for, I don't know if it'll be the November committee, but the December one for sure at the latest. Yeah.
And Councillor Fisher, do you have your hand up, or was for the library one that I just, all right. Yeah, I didn't forget. Okay, so and then I have requests for reports from members of council. Not seeing any, so notice is a motion. I don't remember getting any. So the bills and bylaws, I know the deputy mayor has a conflict, so why don't we do them individually then? That might be easier. All right, so we'll do that one last. So we'll do the 2024-55. That bill number 2024-55 be read a first, second, and third time it finally passed as bylaw. So on that bylaw, plan amendment moved by Councillor Fisher, second by the deputy mayor. There's no comments. All in favor? That is carried. Next is that bylaw number 2024-56 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. And that's the naming of the road, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell. Questions, comments? All in favor? That is carried. And lastly is that bill number 2024-32 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passes bylaw. That is the NRK agreement, Phil bylaw agreement, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell. Councillor Snutch. I'll just wait till Keith leaves.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I've got a few questions. I guess I'll direct them each individually, I guess. Who are we as appointing in this as our enforcement agent? I'll ask that to Josh.
So typically enforcement would be the infrastructure department to ensure that the soils are clean and the testing records are submitted.
Okay, so who in the it says a person. Is there a specific person or is it a department?
Well, it'd either be myself or Diana Marks, the resources technician.
Okay, so it'll be done by yourself. Yeah. Okay. The next question I have is that they get an exemption from the total noise bylaw. And I'm not sure, but I do believe, Dana, you might will help me with this. Is the quarry, the Fleming quarry, is it a 7 a.m. opening or has it been reduced to 6?
Oh, I was always under the impression that it was 7, but they may have made that change since.
So I'm just questioning why this facility is starting at 6 a.m., which it specifies in the agreement, rather than 7 a.m.
So that's because most of the businesses, the quarries on B and C within the haul route there all have 6 a.m. start time.
The whole, but so, okay. All right. Thank you. They also talk in here about the only haul route they'll be using is B and C. Is that because 169 and 12 are not considered part of the haul route because they're not our haul routes?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Got it. Just in order to stay on top of this, they say that there's going to be meetings and they are going to report to, or it doesn't say that. I'm trying to add that. I would like to be able to get them to report to council, maybe quarterly for the first year. And then after that, if there's no problems, we can get rid of it totally. But I'd like to see if we can get this added to this agreement, because I think council needs to know, because in some other situations, as you say, when I ask, or as I say, when I ask you questions for the reports, you had to go get the reports from, I don't even know where you got them from, which basically say that there was no, that everything was in compliance. But I think I need to, part of the bylaw says that we're doing this by the Phil bylaw to ensure confidence with the residents that this is being properly managed. And I think it would really help us if we could have those, any instances report to us or clear record reported to us once this facility starts, because it's going to be huge.
That would be direction to staff, would it, Josh, or would that be?
Well, I'd be a direction of council to decide if that's what you want to.
As long as we're allowed to present in this Phil bylaw, as long as you're allowed to bring that information in, whether it's closed session or open session, doesn't bother me, but I would hope it could be an open session.
So you're looking for direction for staff to bring us a report quarterly.
I'm just asking, well, we're approving the bylaw
Right,
today.
right.
So I'm asking if we need to put it in here that either they can present it, you can present it, but I think we need to know on a quarterly basis what's happening with that facility until it's off and running.
So the only concern I have with that, it may become precedent setting, and then every Phil agreement is going to require that.
Well, that would be good.
But depending on how many agreements come in, whether they're large scale or small scale, it could become overwhelming. I'm not against.
So why don't we get the option then? Why don't we have in here, the option, a note just says that option will be presented. That council will have the option of having a full report presented to them quarterly.
Well, I'm trying to get an idea on your report. Is this just, we could report the samples that are brought to you could be given, like, is that what you're looking for? You're
Yeah,
looking
I
for
want
a deputation from the quarry.
No. I just want to make sure we can release their information to our.
The soil samples, they're not. are
Yeah,
they-
and have some staff summarize it and say they're 100% in compliance or they were 93%. I would like that information coming to council, and I didn't know if it needs to be part of the fill agreement.
It could be put in there.
All right, so let's leave that as something we'll come back to, because the other questions have all been asked for and they've all been satisfied and there's no action needed to be taken. In Article 15, and maybe my math skills are just gone, but you say we're going to get 25 cents per ton. And then there's an example of a 5-ton load bringing in $5. I just don't get the math. To me, that's $1.25.
I'm just trying to figure it out here. So typically it is a tonnage that comes in, but when we did the original agreement with the soil recycler NRK, they tried to summarize it by truckload. And when they did that, there was a confusion between the two. So we've gone back to a tonnage per diem versus a truckload.
Okay, well, then the math is based on this, we're only going to get 20% of the revenue that was first proposed to council. We were originally going to get $9 for a 9-ton. That works out to $1 a ton. Now the wording says 25 cents per ton.
I don't recall that change because as far as I know, it's always.
Well,
been-
it's right in the report if
Okay.
you look at it.
I'll let Josh keep, and can we take a break, Dave, and I'll go to Dana in a second? Well,
Sure, we can do that.
is your question for Josh? Because he's looking something up.
That's what I figured. It's just to respond to Councillor Snetch's question earlier. I thought, well, Josh is taking some time looking this up. I just provide that information. I found the site plans here. Fowler is able to extract from 7 a.m. Monday to Friday to 7 p.m. on Saturdays ending at 12. And that's extraction. But for
Okay.
shipping, we start at 6.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so to clarify, there's a 2 missing in front of that 5 and a 2 missing in front of a 9. A triaxle dump trailer does not haul 5 tons, it hauls 25 tons.
So it's a misprint.
There's a misprint in those numbers.
Okay, so that should be, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm still, Dave asked the question on the soil samples. They're public or are they confidential?
That's what I'm gonna have to confirm.
Yeah.
So I
They provide them to us, but it's their soil.
it's their documentation.
Right.
yes.
However,
Yeah.
we have a copy free, like I know it's not privy to freedom of information.
No.
However, it is privy to council as a confidential. That's what I want.
But the way we could go about it is if we're reviewing them, we could not provide the sample, but we provide an oversight of.
Yes.
We deemed it
Yeah.
clean.
So I think what you're looking for is a staff report to come. That's what before. It's not, it wouldn't need to be in the bylaw. Wouldn't be the company, it would be the staff report coming with the, so I wouldn't tie it to the bylaw. I would just ask for that at our next committee of the whole.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wait for Dave to get through his questions and then get any more.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
In reading through this, the security, there's one security deposit for 3,000 and then others for 5,000. I'm just trying to figure out how we came up with the rationale that those security deposits are even slightly significant to cover off a problem. Any problem we have there is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's our bylaw, though, isn't it?
No, so I believe this is an old agreement because these were updated to 30 and 50, I believe. Still aren't the amounts that you're looking for, but I believe these were updated because I know we went back and forth.
But this is actually signed by the gentleman, the one I
Yeah,
got.
there was two that were signed. So there was the
So we
original
haven't
one.
signed any back then.
We haven't signed any back because it hasn't been approved.
Oh, okay. So that's another change that we have to make then. We got
Yes.
the wrong agreement somehow.
I
So
believe so.
I guess we have to have a little discussion then on, or you come back to council when you want, on what you think those security deposits should be.
We upped them to 30 and 50.
Okay, so that's finalized then.
Is that in this bylaw?
It
Not
should
in the one
be
in there.
Not this one, but it should be in the most recent one.
Oh, well, here we are trying to pass the one.
Is that the
This one's
most recent or
NRK
no?
again, and I think they have a new name, is it not?
'Cause I know we've gone back and forth with. I'm sorry.
Whose work?
Well, I need the proper bylaw to pass. CAO,
Mr. Mayor,
Suggestion.
could this be deferred?
refer to the next meeting.
You are to, Madam Clerk. We're together on Monday.
Yep.
That would afford Mr. Kavanaugh an opportunity to ensure the council has the right document.
Yep.
Apologize for that, but Jennifer, it is possible, Madam Clerk, to have this come forward at the end of budget deliberations.
Yes.
on Monday.
Yeah.
Would that be satisfactory?
That's
Mr.
fine, but I'm not finished.
Oh,
No, go
okay.
So it's coming to budget on Thursday, the actual document. We'll get it to the next committee of the whole and pass it. Yeah. Well, or debate it, but we can't pass it if we don't have the right one. So. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Instead of deferring it to our next regular meeting, because if you remember, Mayor, they came before, when another fill bylaw was before us. And we had delayed it at that point and deferred it at that point by more than a month. And now we're deferring this again. So I'm wondering if staff actually have time, if we take a break now to upload the agenda to get the proper bylaw so we can get this, so these guys can get moving before the snow flies.
You probably wouldn't have made that recommendation if you'd seen the list of stuff that I got coming up, because I can't get it all done.
So I think we need to send, is there time to send this to budget? Because these folks have been waiting. We keep.
There's 2 days. There's Thursday.
Thursday or
and
Monday.
I had suggested Monday, and that was purposeful.
Yeah.
Not knowing the other questions from Councillor Snutch, but
Yeah.
To afford Mr. Kavanaugh, Josh did indicate that if it was this, he could get it for Thursday, but
Yep.
it sounds like there's more.
And can you get your list of questions too?
Well, I'd just like to discuss it because you
All right.
not agree.
Carry on. Yep, all right.
But they're talking in the best management practices, they're talking about NRK, train staff. Do we have any say in the train staff or they just appoint somebody?
No, they qualify their own staff.
Okay. So based on the numbers, and I'm a little confused, so what I would like to see is how much revenue you project to bring in for the year. So if we're doing 150 trucks a day, and I guess you take an average of $7 a truck, is their fees to us going to be $1,000 a day? I guess so, almost. But where are our expenses on that? Because you're saying our staff is going to be there. I'd like to know at the end of the year, what ends up in the township pockets here? Do we break even? We're up, but where does the $9 and the $5 come from? Like there must be some paperwork that you've done to say that we've been able to cover off our costs in order to inspect all these loads.
Yeah, it's that time as well as if we do need a qualified person from our end to review the samples. If we're unsure of of certain samples or reports, we'd send it off to a qualified person, a consultant to review to give an expert opinion essentially.
So all we need to do then is we got 150 trucks a day at $7 a truck, let's say, half for the smaller trucks, half for the larger trucks. So that brings us up to 1,050 a day. What expenses do we have against that? Do we have $500 expenses? Do we have $2 worth of, what do we have against that?
So typically if we'll go to site, we'll see how everything's going. So there'll be some staff time, there'll be some investigation time, there'll be some paperwork time. The time essentially would be minimal unless we deem there is some sort of issue that or questions coming up from one of our inspections.
So is that revenue in the 2025 budget?
No, it's not.
Because it sounds to me, if they do trucking for $300 a day, there's a $300,000 coming to the township.
Yeah, so that hasn't been put in the budget because the bylaw hasn't been passed.
Okay, so we got a lot of work to do on the budget. So would it be smart to put that in the budget?
Depends if the bylaw gets passed or not.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Okay. Now, the next thing, and most of these zoning and changes, et cetera, one of the biggest problems we have is what happens on the road. No different than across the street, no different than the Fleming Quarry, no different than the Woods Quarry and a lot of other woods. There's nothing in this agreement about transportation of trucks other than that they're used only B and C as a haul route. When we did the Fowler agreement, which is a lot less than 150 trucks a day, there were specifics in there about the trucks being covered. There was specifics in there, I believe, about parking because they'd show up at 5 a.m. and there'd be 13 or 14 trucks all lined up down the road waiting for it to open. We had issues with washroom facilities because, well, obvious. We have a huge problem, as I think a lot of you seen on the stop sign there. I went by B and C the other day and I saw a truck. Now, it's not from this operation because they're not open yet. But he must have gone through that stop sign at 30 kilometers. He just barely looked to his left and then raced up going north on 169. So I'm just wondering where I'm just wondering how we can have a certain protocols for one type of operation with quarry trucks and another type of operation with quarry trucks, and they're not the same rules. I'm getting a little confused on why they don't have to cover their loads. And I didn't know if we should have the trucking thing added into the
I got a bunch of hands up that maybe can answer that, Joe.
They all are supposed to cover.
They have to
their
cover the
loads.
loads.
That's law.
Under the Highway Traffic Act, they all have to stop at a stop sign. They all have to cover their loads if there's a load in the truck. If they don't, I don't have the authority to charge, neither does our bylaw department, but the OPP do.
Right, but
Or
that's-
MTO.
But that's why in the Fowler agreement, they had to put in automatic cameras to detect the people that were pulling off these violations of covered trucks. There's one camera right as soon as they come out of the quarry. There's another camera at the stop sign, and they are there to give confidence to the community that these truck drivers will follow protocol. And there's no trucking protocol.
But that was because of the quarry's past behavior, and that was ordered at an OLT here.
So why wouldn't we
And
put
how
it?
many quarries? How many quarries are actually using B and C? So it's,
I don't know.
you're trying to,
About 7 quarries on that road now. Counselor Fish.
Oh, I see what
Putting
you're
it on,
saying.
right?
Okay, except, yeah.
So living on that road, what you saw was the exception, not the norm. I live just down, like I have 9 quarries within a kilometer of me and most of them are on that road right there. So a lot of the things that you're asking for are actually outside of our jurisdiction. So I don't think that they need to be tied. And the other concern I have is by the time a bylaw gets to bills and bylaws in our agenda, we've already had all these conversations at committee of the wholes and council meetings so that we can pass a bylaw. So I understand that we do have to defer it until our next council meeting to bring back the proper bylaw to pass. But now to start bringing up all these additional things, I think is unfair and not actually due process, in my opinion.
Well, due process would be that they shouldn't build a berm unless they're planning on operating a quarry.
I'm going to call a point of privilege because you're making an assumption that these people are going to somehow operate bad business and you're not, I'm not
It's
making
my
that assumption.
opinion.
Go ahead, have an opinion, but you're
Thank you.
impugning council, so I'm calling a point of privilege.
What's a point of privilege? What's you doing?
I'll have to get you to explain what your complaint is, that, yeah, that her complaint is, it's a valid one, that you're saying that this business is gonna act in an
Well, I certainly don't have to explain them,
manner,
but
and
it's
the track
absolutely
record
what
shows that they do not.
No, the track record shows, because the person who was in here doing the presentation did not want to give out any financial information on the loads they're getting.
On the contrary, he
Okay, I'm not
came
gonna
and he
explain it.
came back up and he answered
No, I'm
questions.
against this.
I
I'm
called a
against
point
the
of
building of
privilege
berms.
and that's where we are.
Folks, if you got any more questions, Dave, on the bylaw?
No.
All right, it is coming. It is now deferred till Thursday. And we'll get the proper bylaw in front of us Thursday and we can have a look at it. So the deferral, have a mover and a seconder. Yeah, fine with the deferral. All in favor? for deferral? Yes, Thursday or Monday, whichever one, like Thursday, and hopefully finish it. Yeah, yeah, that is carried. Deferral's carried. If we can get our deputy mayor back, I can adjourn. Should have told him to go home.
Yeah. we did.
Yeah. That bylaw 2024-74, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 21st day of October 2024, be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Deputy Mayor, as he waited for this bylaw, second by Councillor Goff, all in favor? That is carried, and that we now adjourn at 7:02 PM until November 6, 2024, immediately following committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Snutch and Councillor Fisher, all in favor. That is carried.